Welcome back, viewers. And if people notice a sudden difference in the video quality or the smoothness of motion, that is because I will explain soon. I just want to focus on my turn first. So between recording the previous video and this one, I did some more research about my recording software configuration while asking ChatGPT, and apparently that there was a way for me to increase the smoothness of the recording by switching or by changing my video codec. I will continue. I just want to focus on my turn now. So to be clear, I am not a video recording expert. but I am just learning from ChatGPT, and I was testing some small recording pieces. And the new configuration I have now is this like NVENC like H.264 type video codec, which apparently can record my computer screen, but with much less load on the actual computer. So I'm noticing while playing this game now that the game animation is much smoother. So my game or my computer is not struggling to play a game and to record screen at the same time. Which I prefer, because that means a smoother viewing, or a clearer view of this game for you audience, and for me, my game experience is less disrupted by moments of lag, which I did notice when I was recording the previous video too. So yes, I feel slightly more excited because I discovered a way to optimize my recording software to meet my preferences. So not only is the recording smoother and playing smoother, I was also able to test some configuration that minimizes the size of unrecorded files on my computer. So that was a big help too. So and to do that, I just lowered my bit rate, and I was testing like the video codec bit rate, and I was testing different bit rate levels, and trying to understand what would be the impact on the recorded visual quality. And because this is more of a thoughtful turn-based strategy game, I was content with having less visual quality than most other recorded games. Is this a game bug? Why is the game showing me one ammunition clip here, but I can't, I cannot replenish? I feel confused about this, but not a big drama now. Now for me to decide where to send my transport with my main team. I can see they have almost full health and almost full stamina, so maybe I do not need to waste time traveling back to base to heal. Although I just remembered I did maybe build some of those healing buildings. Yes, so it's a medical bay, living quarters. So just like my first base, and this is only here as well. So maybe it is worth just to travel back and have a really quick heal. I've now decided I want a quick heal. Hmm. And in or when I was previously recording, I did decide to not help out all of the havens under attack, but I suddenly recall that if I do uh if I do also um choose to help, they can also help me reveal locations of the alien bases, which would um help me to destroy. Um, and who was attacking? Okay, so the aliens are attacking this one. I could also fight the aliens and capture more of them, so I can transform them into the resource that I want as well. Um, so just for now, I have decided I want to defend this group of people. I am suddenly realizing my aircraft is very slow, so I might not be able to arrive before they completely defend themselves. Let's try. Hmm. Okay. Oh, I like the +2 speed of this armor. That could be very helpful. Okay, okay. Helpful research. Can I arrive? Nope, nope. So I was vaguely aware of this, that the aircraft I am using now can carry the most amount of soldiers, but also is not suitable for quick responses to sudden calls for help. Uh, uh, so what I might do, is maybe depend on um uh, other types of aircraft to maybe respond faster to these emergencies. Okay, so for now, I want to focus this flying ship to transport to or transport my main team to locations where I am guaranteed to have a mission. So that way I can minimize wasted, failed, like flying travel time. Now I want to decide where to fly the ship now. Okay, let me just Well, I will quickly scan. Were there any scavenging or any points of interest that I have not completed yet? Nothing obvious, but I did want to go back to this chaos shop so I can check if there are upgrades for my second group of soldiers. Enemy evasion invasion at Fort Shaw. Oh, they are in more need of help, and the attacking force is larger than the defending force. Um, well, I don't really. I mean, I'm not really. I'm not friendly with that group of people. But I also do not want people to just be killed because some hostile group wants to attack that haven. But I guess I could respond with this team again. I mean my team my smaller team in the faster the faster aircraft. Okay, let me help them with my smaller team, and if this smaller team does struggle, then I might evacuate from the mission early. Okay. Well, if I need a place to travel to, I can check these tracked missions. Um, 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 um. The closest one is probably here, so I'm well on the path. There is also this other place to explore. I would choose that first. Okay, and then with my faster ship, let's just go look in the shop. Oh, I like this. This is one of the upgrades I wanted, which is my massive speed boost for my machine. I like this too, because this helps unlock the technician class. Armor piercing technology. Okay, well, at least I have one upgrade. I'm just going to buy this now. Chaos buggy. Okay, let's try and rescue this group of people. I I will try to remember to finish that story that I was talking about, relating to the history, or the sequence of events that led to this game to be created, which to me I believe is fairly interesting. So if I recall correctly, my story was at the point when I described Julian wanting Microprose to help funds the development, and to help advertise a new iteration of of Julian's Laser Squad game. Uh, and from what I heard from my memories of watching a video, Julian was communicating with Microprose about what would be the design of their new game, and Microprose were very accepting of helping Julian to create a new Laser Squad game, but they wanted a game with more content and more depth, was my understanding. And because if you have a game that is only about commanding soldiers to attack to attack some enemy group of soldiers, there you could progress through that type of game very quickly. Um, and Microprose at the time were known for making their own series of games, which I believe included flight simulator. Maybe there was a train tycoon or train simulator game, and more commonly, they are known for Civilization. Where is that enemy? I can see the small red marker. Are they under that bridge? I can't really. Okay, let me rotate. Oh yes, there seems to be a small space down here. My machine is too big to travel down there though. Mm, oh, is that going to be the final enemy? That might be a slight challenge to try and have a clear line of fire between my machine and their units. Well, that was a big help. They've walked out into the open, so I can see them easier. Now I have a line of fire. Let's see. Oh, and I did not mention this before, but the reasoning behind my aiming, when using this first person's perspective, is to try and capture as much of my target inside the outer darker blue circle, because from what I understood about this game, that is where that is the area where any of my attacks will land, but the brighter, smaller blue circle, that is where 50% of the shots um will land. So if somehow both circles are small enough that I can capture any enemy limb or part inside the outer big circle, then that is a guaranteed hit for those ranged attacks, which I'm trying to do now. I've now destroyed that guns or their gun, so that is a slight win. That was a satisfying success. People saved and enemies defeated, and some more resource rewards too. Some of these shop items do seem helpful, but not enough that I want to consume that much resources to buy them. just before the previous mission, I was talking about faster aircraft. So I might actually research this one here now because I know from experience with this game, this Synedrian group, they have the fastest aircraft that I can use. Just double checking my ship capacity just to help me decide what type of new soldiers I want to maybe recruit. So this is a maximum of 5 soldiers with the one machine. Oh, this berserker has more healing. Another berserker. Better shotguns. That might help. And another, a healing berserker and a faster moving berserker. What is my current team again? So the main reason I want the extra healing is to help them survive more easily. So if they are injured during combat and I must use a med kit, then I can heal more health with the same action and the same item. But I do have one healer. This will be one of my final team people. You have healing. You also have healing. So I have three people with healing, and I am planning my final team to have at least those three more of the direct attackers and the front line soldiers. So I do not. Although I just realized, if I were to train them with the technician class, maybe that technician can heal much more efficiently too. So if that is true, then this bonus healing could be really helpful. Let's see. And this one has +2 strength. So this one could also in the long term be less likely to die during combat. Yes, I want to recruit this one. I want this to be a healer, a support healer for my final team. Do I have capacity? Yes. That's my living quarter space. So I have more. I have space. Okay. Shira Kerr, welcome to Phoenix Point. Welcome to the team. Hmm. To help me use my time efficiently, start to equip some tools and armor for my new soldier. Well, what would help a support healer? Um, yes, some more move speed. But this one has an accuracy penalty. But I suddenly recall I did research an armor that gives that large speed +2, but does not does not cost accuracy. So I'm going to choose. So I'm going to manufacture this one. Where's my new soldier? And what about the body armor? I guess any for now is any for now should be okay. But does not reduce speed. Let's see, 20 armor, no impact to speed. 16 armor, no impact to speed. Okay, slightly more armor then. Oh, and this is the Berserker, so I can only give them handguns or melee. Oh yes, I want them to have a stun gun as well. Uh, a melee weapon can be helpful as well. Let's give them that. And until I can unlock their abilities, a medikit would also be a helpful survival support. And probably and it's probably one of the first items I should always give to my soldiers. Okay, that seems okay for now. There have been some developments. Oh, I could craft this now. That could help. Um, but not yet. I want the vehicle first because, or I want my transport airship because that can help me respond much easier to dangers. Yep, I might start to build that first. So these yellow or golden colored weapons, they are fairly amazing, and is one of the downloadable content. And that, based on my experience with them, their main strength is that they have unlimited ammo. So that can be a great help, because I do not have to worry about overburdening my soldier with extra ammo and extra inventory weight. I might like this mission. This said the enemies were the aliens, so that means I can capture more. Um, I I just realized the stun gun that I gave to my new soldier probably was from this other soldier, because I have a pattern of giving them roughly the same equipment to carry, and I do not recall why this soldier automatically unequipped their stun gun, but not a major drama for now. I can just manufacture one more. I am constantly distracted by this game, but I still want to finish that story about the game development. So Julian and Microprose were talking, and they wanted to use the Laser Squad game, but in a deeper way. Um, and now quoting Julian directly from my memories, they said, "Well, your new Laser Squad game must have a research tree and must have some kind of encyclopedia." And what happened was they were trying to create a new civilization game, but mixed with this laser or this tactical combat type gameplay. So they continued discussing. They developed the game. They iterated, and eventually the name of the game they finished with was that they had two different names because they released in two different countries. So the European version, I believe, was named Enemy Unknown, I believe, and in America, the game was released as XCOM UFO Defense. But my memories might be incorrect. And oh, and not just a civilization mixed with Laser Squad, but Julian was also inspired by a British TV series about aliens as well, and 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 apparently the design of that UFO defense game or the enemy unknown, that was very natural, because if they were going to create this science fiction world where you where you have to use planet Earth as the place of the game, and if you are constantly deploying these small groups of soldiers to fight this larger alien threat, then it was natural for them to say, okay, well, this game must include some reverse engineering, maybe some laser weapons, and things like that. So I like how that part of the story seems to show how game design can be a naturally emergent process. Game design is not about having a perfect plan and just realizing a one specific idea. I might have a slight problem. There was this alien hiding behind that small cover. Um, well, let's finish with this soldier first. I forget what I was talking about. Um, like the exact detail that I was talking about before I was distracted. Um, I like that phrase from my soldier just now when I commanded them to move. They said, "Here comes the phoenix." Oh yes, oh yes. Julian was partly inspired by a British TV series to help create the theme of their game. Um, for me personally, the first XCOM game that I played uh was 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 directed by Julian, but it was one of their sequels, which was named XCOM Apocalypse, and I played that game when I was much younger, and at the time, computer games were very fascinating to me, and and a game like XCOM Apocalypse was really amazed me how you can capture so much depth and so much detail in computer games at that time. It was like um really efficiently built simulated world, and it helps that the game itself also follows some board game I believe conventions. So I like that the grounds can be divided into smaller tiles, and And units are represented visually by their like their soldier avatar and their armor that you see on the battlefield. And when you attack, it is very clear because you have these colorful, bright projectiles flying towards the enemy from your own soldiers' guns. I I feel glad that this game, or I mean, this mission has some of these mutagen resource packs because that does support my effort to gather more of these resources. Which means I do not have to completely depend on capturing live aliens. I might have been playing a bit too risky. I'm trying to stun as many aliens as I can, but they are also sending more and more aliens with more turns. So I might actually start to attack back with my tank. So yes, when I was very young, I greatly enjoyed playing um, XCOM Apocalypse, but I also felt very frustrated too because that game was very difficult. and in the real-time tactical mode, it was very easy for the aliens to just completely overwhelm my team. I forgot that I equipped this soldier with so many grenades that I'm not really using. I might unequip them after this mission. And one of the main reasons why I experienced the XCOM Apocalypse game was my biological father had a computer technology job, and they had set up a home computer, or multiple home computers. And me being the much younger person, I often wanted to play games when I had the opportunity. And one time, I forget why, but I was probably bored, and I was looking through one of the shelves or the cupboards near my father's home computer, and then I saw this boxed game named XCOM Apocalypse. And at that time, I was interested, partly because I wanted to play more games, and play new games. And at that time, the details on that box were quite interesting as well. There were these bright red, blue, and yellow colors. That there was probably showings of like fire art. And on the back of the box, it might have shown some screen captures of the game as well. And that was a time when computer games were sold in these cardboard box, or these small boxes. And they also had their own manuals to help explain how the game functions, and how the game works. And as a much younger person, when I was not allowed to play the computer, I would consume some of my time to read that manual, and try to learn some basic parts. Learn some functioning about that game, So when I was ready to play, I could um, um, apply that knowledge. And my memories might be incorrect, but at the time I was reading that XCOM manual about tactical mission buttons because in the in the tactical user interface, there were so many buttons and very minimal explanation or minimal clear explanation what they do. And in the manual, they said they explained with screen captures and arrows. They said, oh, this button activates snapshot. This other button activates auto fire. And if you hold this keyboard button down, I believe it was like Shift or Alt, and if you mouse click with the right mouse button, you can command your agent to just shoot at that location. So some of the details I did read were actually helpful to me. Um, One moment, I am focusing on the game. But I will not try to be too distracted, but that was a joyful um, walkthrough of my memories, and computer games are one of the main reasons why I enjoyed my earlier life, and one reason why I still experience joy in my life. But I will try to return to the actual game history that I recall. I might have less time to talk during the enemy turn because my recording software configuration is now helping my game function much smoother. But yeah, so that first game was made, and Microprose wanted a sequel to that XCOM Enemy Unknown, or the UFO Defense. And Julian at the time said, well, knowing the time that we have to release the sequel, we will not be able to make much changes, except changing the look and skin of the game. So that was what led to deciding making the Terror from the Deep sequel. I said I was not using grenades, but now I suddenly realize they might be very useful. The enemies are deploying these very small spider mines, or spider explosives, and maybe I can defeat them easier with grenades instead of shooting. I'm shooting them. Why is the game not showing me that the enemies will lose health? If I move that red circle here, it shows the white flashing, like they will be hit, but the health preview is not reducing. Is that a bug? I thought the previous grenade did clearly damage them. Well, let's try. Okay, great. They did receive damage. The game just did not preview that damage for some unknown reason. So there was an agreement between Julian and Microprose that Julian would not develop or not direct the Terror from the Deep game, because Julian wanted to work on the actual improvements and upgrades to the game in the XCOM Apocalypse sequel. So that terror from the deep was, I guess, more to give the audience of the first game some more content to play with, and also give the development team time to finish their Apocalypse game. I am not going to command my soldiers to attack this enemy here, because I know they all carry very heavy armor, and the damage would be zero or very small, that they would waste ammo. So I'm going to depend on my tank to defeat those big armored enemies. So for now, I might just move my soldiers just close behind my tank, so that they can support if I'm needed. And I did recall another interesting detail about XCOM's development. I believe Julian did also say they were lucky that that first XCOM game was very widely enjoyed, or very popular, because at that time in America, there was a TV series. What the reason was because people had a fascination for aliens at that time, like the aliens, the unknown, science fiction, and the Americans at that time were watching this TV series named The X-Files. So that probably helped maintain such a large interest when the XCOM game, the first XCOM game, was released. So I thought that was interesting, that one reason why a game might succeed is that maybe at that time the audience or the people are just simply really excited because of similar themes from other entertainment media. And that suddenly reminds me as well. There is a similar success story with the Power Rangers TV series. So the very first Power Rangers show was heavily themed with dinosaurs. And I recall watching from some YouTube video. They said that the people who brought Power Rangers to America, they had one of two choices. They could have chosen that dinosaur fighting force, or they could have chosen this other similar TV show that was about this elite group of monster fighters, just like Power Rangers, but themed more with birds and not dinosaurs. And um they what the speaker in that video mentioned was that America was fascinated by dinosaurs at that time. So that was probably why um that Power Rangers was quickly accepted as very entertaining, because probably at that time the Americans were watching movies like Jurassic Park. I I will try not to distract myself too much from the XCOM history talk, but my mind is amazing at uncontrollably finding patterns to similar memories. Um, but yes, so XCOM was widely successful from Julian's perspective, or from the Microprose perspective. And apparently Apocalypse was unfinished game, and that there were challenges in that Microprose group as well, because at the time, I forget why, but people just did not want to fund those XCOM style games, or not fund them as much. That would be more helpful to Golub. I mean, helpful to Julian, and helpful to the related Microprose team. So they had financial difficulties as they made more of those games. Synedrian is now under attack, and their small group of people might not survive alone. I do want to help, but my best team is very far away. I could respond faster with this smaller team, um, which I am going to choose now. So Micropros were having financial difficulties, and eventually, and Micropros might have been acquired by other game businesses at that time, and then eventually they stopped funding XCOM like games, or they were canceling those game projects. So what happened was Julian eventually left Microprose to pursue or to continue their own game development, and I believe they continued working on this game called Laser Squad Nemesis, which tried to combine turn-based mechanics with real-time mechanics, and trying to maintain this Laser Squad style game of commanding small teams of soldiers to fight other small teams of soldiers. And if I recall, Julian was also and then maybe sometime after that, unless my memories are mistaken, they tried to create their own XCOM type uh, game as well, but as some kind of iteration from XCOM Apocalypse. So I believe they intended to use better technology, better physics, simulations, and better game design as well. But they and I forget what the name of that project was. Maybe it was Freedom Ridge or something. And that project was eventually cancelled, or eventually acquired by some other business. Um, and probably that was the time when Julian decided that they they just wanted to stop trying to make XCOM games, or XCOM like improved games, because there were just too many challenges, and not enough funding support. So there had been many years that passed since then, and apparently Julian was playing other turn-based tactical games, and there were other people who tried to make their own versions of like or like a more modern interpretation of the XCOM game. I believe one of them was named UFO extraterrestrials or something. So that there was a dedicated audience that liked the series of games that Julian made, and they wanted to have another XCOM like game too, but no developer was making those games at that time. And maybe there was some belief in the game industry that those types of games would not be helpful to invest money into, because at that time technology was still improving very quickly, and what was trending in the game industry at that time, I believe, was more like real-time strategy games, first-person shooter games, because I guess those games captured a much more fast-paced and much more intense game experience, which may have been the first time in human history, or a more developed version of those fast intense games. But one reason why I personally value the slower paced, well, maybe not slower paced, but the more steadier paced and more forgiving, rules based turn taking strategy games, is because I am terrible at playing those really fast, intense action games. I do not like games that require very intense dexterity skills, and I would prefer to focus on interesting decisions than trying to exercise my own reaction times to sudden dangers, like sudden real time dangers. So I've always had more of a preference for these types of strategy games. But yes, so Julian stopped making XCOM games, and people who were familiar with Julian's XCOM games wanted a new game that was like it, but video game trends at that time were influencing people to not make as much strategy games. Um, and then later, I guess game developments became more accessible with increasingly accessible like new game engines. And during that same time, when people who liked after Julian stopped making XCOM games, and Julian did also continue making their own games as well. I believe they made a game. They worked on two games for the Nintendo DS. one was like this chess game with really complex rules, and there was this other one that was like Advance Wars, where you commanded a small group of your team in this small board game like area, and those soldiers had special abilities and all. So clearly, Julian was maintaining their skills as a game developer and game designer. But just no publisher, I guess, was just interested in wanting Julian to make a new XCOM like game. And apparently, during that same time as well, the license or the creative ownership rights of the XCOM game series was quietly bought by this other game studio named Firaxis. Mm, yeah, I might build one more uh what do you call those? The not a workshop. Yeah, the fabrication plans, because I I want to speed up my construction of these air transports. And oh wait, a food production facility that generates food each day. Oh, that is useful. That is free resources. Okay, I want to build that too. Food production. But I do want the fabrication plant as well. But that said, food production is for 8 soldiers, but I have more than 8. So to give me a positive food income, I want to build one more. What was I thinking? Food. Where is it? There we go. I was thinking of trying this new armor for my tank. My best tank with my best team. They already have this armor plating, but this provides the same amount of armor, but can also damage any melee attackers. So at least I have more ways that I can fight back. And maybe just having it increased resistance to explosives might not be as helpful. I have not fought too many explosive enemies yet, or I mean enemies that use explosives. I am thinking. Okay, let's try this, because this gives me more ways that my vehicle can damage the enemies. And one reason I like this game's inventory system is that when I trade those items, now this unused armor upgrade, I can give this to my other similar tanks. So if I go to the one on my other aircraft, now this one gets one armor upgrade. So I like this idea of just sharing resources in my team. So when I upgrade one unit's equipment by replacing one of their existing equipment, the now spare equipment could go to another unit. Okay, now to choose where to explore next. I probably am almost finished with this country, which looks shapes like Africa. I'm guessing. Why have I been ambushed? This is not a very common mission type I have played. Survive 3 turns. Enemies arrive continuously. Okay. Which aircraft was ambushed? I believe that the one I was just commanding was still flying. Was it the other one with my main team? Yes, this seems like my main team. So probably I can survive this a little easier. That looks like one enemy. And oh, there are boxes of resources I can fetch. Okay, fetch time. That's one box. That's 2 boxes. Is that all of them? Seems to be. Okay, my plan is to uh, pick up from this box with my tank. Okay. And let's now move my tank towards the enemy to prepare to fight. And because my tank cannot jump up to rooftops, I'm going to try and send my soldiers up here to collect those resources. Yep. I agree. And I also want to have my team stay in places where they are closer to each other. So if one of them is in danger, they should be able to more easily help each other. Ouch! And that looked painful. That soldier of mine may have just received a shotgun blast to the face. I just noticed their health now as well. I probably should heal that. Let me step into cover first. This enemy might be very difficult for my tank to drive up to and attack. So this time I might try using my explosives. What was I talking about before I became too distracted? Uh, hmm. Oops, that was slightly funny. That missile missed and somehow damaged my own tank. Where where is that invisible wall that was hit and somehow the size of the explosion damaged my tank but did not damage the enemy target. Why did yeah? Would the missile not have to travel to the this wall first? Hmm. Maybe that is a bug. I might just conserve my effort and just end my turn because there really is no mission or like mission objective that I must travel to, and this just says survive turns. Wow, that is the first time that I have seen spiky tank armor damage the enemy, and 130 damage when they melee attack. That is massive. I that seems very helpful. Okay, I've now survived the turns, and now I must evacuate. Where is the evacuation area? Okay, big shiny yellow box. I just realized as well that that spiky armor on my tank is very useful against enemies um that use lots of or they use more melee attacks because um the more attacks the more melee attacks launched at my tank, the more times they trigger that counter damage. Wow, that means that against enemies who only use melee, and let's say their melee attacks only consume one of their action points, that is up to 400 damage they might receive in one turn. That that seems amazing. I was going to travel to a mission, but one of my soldiers in my main team is almost dead. So I'm instead going to return to one of my bases so they can heal. Oh, that reminds me. I might have wanted to pick up a new soldier as well that I did previously recruit. Uh yes, this berserker. Um so instead I might actually travel back to pick up that soldier. Which would be a shorter travel distance if I travel there now instead of traveling to the second base to heal first. Wow, I like these soldier abilities too. They might they highly complement the technicians. They move fast, they heal more, and they are tougher. Actually, or maybe this can replace one of my frontline fighters. I want one. Welcome to the team. I could reverse engineer some of that other equipment, but um but the new the downloadable contents with those weapons with unlimited ammo, they 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 are much more useful. Where was I going again? Oh yes. I just recruited some new people, so I want to reorganize my team. Maybe I will not bring the new people yet because I believe I do not have all of the equipment yet. Um, oh, maybe I do. That is a slight problem. The aliens are attacking two havens at the same time, and I want to rescue both of them at the same time. Uh, okay, well maybe this first aircraft could fly here quickly, and my slower aircraft is fairly close to this one, so I might try that now. Um, and just for clear context, I'm choosing to fight them so I can gain some resources, but also I want the chance to reveal some more alien bases. This haven might be destroyed fairly soon though. But I see my aircraft arriving, and I may have arrived just on time. Okay, with a damaged tank, but maybe I can survive. I feel slightly relieved that um, that missile shot did land, and that inflicted plenty of damage. So to try and continue my story or the story, Firaxis has just bought the creative ownership of the XCOM series of games, and they were planning to make their own XCOM reboot. Um, and a, apparently the lead designer for that new XCOM project, they deeply enjoyed the original XCOM games by Julian. So that was like having a fan, or which which I believe is a shortened version of the word I'm fanatic, which might mean a really passionate person about something. But that lead designer, Jake Solomon, they they tried to create their own modern, or their own, what is the phrase? This is probably a common, um, a common intent with game developers, is they are inspired by at least one other game that they deeply enjoy, but when they create their own game, they do not, well, some developers do not perfectly recreate the old game, but with new technology. But some, I believe, at least some other people want to reimagine the original game. So that might mean, I guess I'm borrowing elements of the old game, but trying to add their own ideas of improvements. And apparently the Firaxis XCOM project actually had two lives. So I recall hearing somewhere that Jake did try to uh to lead that XCOM project once, but the game they created, their people believed that game was not very fun, or not very enjoyable. So I believe they might have delayed that project, or had a break while they reconsider what to do with that game's design. And I do not recall what was the time between the first Firaxis XCOM project attempt and their second one, which was released. Um, but my guess is probably at least 1 year. Um, so when Firaxis and also that there were stories shared by Jake that apparently when they tried to get playtesters to play the original first Julian's XCOM game, people did express many struggles with that original game's experience. I felt concerns for a moment that my game crashed or my game had a massive problem, because that was a few seconds just now that my game did not respond, and then my tank did move. Maybe my computer is becoming too old. So one reason why I liked that Firaxis released um their own their own interpretation of a modern friendly XCOM game is because, as I've just said, that they've created a friendlier user experience, and that I like when game designers do that, because um, because as a neurodivergent person who does struggle with most life experiences, and I struggle with many games as well, because they are designed for the majority of ambivert minded people who have a brain that can process much more data more easily than me in their working memory. But not to tangent too much, but my mind is jumping to related thoughts again. But I like when game designers have an inspiration for the games they create, but they do not necessarily have to copy too much details from those original games. And many of the games that were made during the time of that first Julian's XCOM, they probably had less focus on the user experience, because maybe the game developers were too busy focusing on actually building I'm building the game's systems, and too busy with trying to make sure that their game was minimally functional. And because of that can distract game developers from crafting a very focused and very friendly experience. And this, I believe, this still happens with indie developers today too. That many people just rush to try and realize the ideas they have in their mind, but maybe the execution of their ideas is not really user friendly to people who play those games and do not share those same imaginations, or did not work on the same projects. So I am the type of person who really values the effort that game designers engage in to acknowledge and improve the user experience. So that is often why I regularly mention the words game design, because to me a game, like the joy I experience from games is because of those user experiences, and not because games are not because games are this simple collection of technology features, and not because the games present some kind of amazing story that I am emotionally invested in, and not because a game has very spectacular visuals that might stimulate me in the short term. I value the long term joy and experience that I can sustain. For Forgive me for maybe speaking on a tangent, but what I intended to communicate was that this Jake designer, they 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 helped play test and maybe gather play testers for for their new XCOM project, and they discovered user experienced problems, and I like they decided to acknowledge those problems and to try and solve those problems too. And from what I was saying, one of the problems with current indie games, I believe, and games from the distant past, well, distance may not be a specific measurement, but games of that time, of the earlier, the earliest XCOM games, is that those games are often built through rush or through crunch, and they are often this messy collection of systems and mechanics, and not so much optimized for what the human experience from engaging with the systems are. And so so often what that can result in is experiences like difficulty spikes. So that means just sudden difficulty increases in games, and that can negatively impact pacing, or maybe the way games are designed have not been tested enough. So maybe the information that games present can seem too overcomplicated. And there are examples of that. So for example, there is or was this internet multiplayer game named World of Warcraft, and that user interface vaguely terrifies me because they have probably more than 10 or 20 buttons on the screen. They have colorful data and number text all over the screen, and that user interface maintains that complexity when people engage in the more intense part of the game experience, like combat. And I can understand why that may happen because game designers, this is both a strength and challenge with game designers, is that the designers themselves, when they have the ideas that inspire their games, from their perspective, they understand all of the deep complexities and the deep connections of their ideas in their mind. But and what is not obvious to those people is, for people who do not have those same ideas or may not have considered those same ideas in the same depth and same detail, when they experience when they experience games built on those untested ideas, then what could happen is they may be completely alienated because all of those ideas that may be very well organized in the designer's mind can be very alien and overwhelming to people who did not create and build those ideas. So one moment. I just want to focus briefly. And during the time when I played the XCOM Apocalypse, I did enjoy parts of that experience because it was a very fascinating, deeply simulated, deeply detailed, systemic simulated world. But I also felt frustrated as well because the game's complexities also added much more challenge and difficulty to my progression. And the way the enemy aliens were configured in that game, and the way and the access to my own resources was also very constrained. So trying to survive in those older games was also very challenging. So I like that Jake and Jake's team, they were able to successfully identify and acknowledge those frustrations and problematic user experiences from the older games, and they try to solve those problems. And one of the biggest challenges I believe they learned from the playtesting was that like during the development of their own XCOM project was Firaxis found that people were just too lost in the like experiencing too much confusion uh in the original games. One moment, want to focus. Excellent. That grenade explosion seemed to destroy both their arms. They are now unarmed. That was very funny. Um, because of what my game showed, when when one of those aliens was shot by the people of this village, they their body just instantly disappeared. Um, that is very funny to me. I was expecting them to have the animation of just dropping on the floor, but they apparently were attacked by such an incredible force that their body just instantly disappeared. So what I was just describing about the game design challenges is that this is a common mistake of game designers, including myself when I was trying to make my small games in the I'm using the StarCraft 2 tools. But there is a temptation as a game designer to just assume that your audience will understand your game as clearly as you do, or um, that there is the temptation to assume that they will always be so passionately excited that they will teach themselves how to navigate your complex, messy game, which will not require you to create better tutorials, and may prevent you from needing to communicate better through your game. Um, I am no game designer expert, but I'm speaking partly from experience and from knowledge. But I I recommend all game designers to never make that dangerous assumption, because what that means is you are more likely to not receive enough feedback from your games about the user experience, and your games could become increasingly complex as you develop them, to the point, or to a level that you completely alienate people, because you have too many complex ideas that people will just not understand, and may not have the motivation to try to understand. Oh, I finished my new aircraft. That is helpful. It's now asking me which base to send that aircraft. Um, I do want to click that user interface button that tells me where my aircraft is, because oh, okay, maybe I see it there. So my Manticore, I want to move it back to the closest base, which is, I think it's this one. Yep. So R&D, so that I can transfer my tank to the new aircraft, and that way I have a faster transport flying machine that can respond to Haven attacks, and I can explore a bit faster too. And I know this airship has the lowest capacity, but I am not using the entire capacity for the one tank, so that will not be a problem. Um, so R&D4, that's my base name. Where's my Manticore? Come back to the base. Okay, aircraft has returned, but I want my vehicle, or I want my tank to repair as well. I believe I have the repair facility. Okay, let's reorganize this. One moment. Manticore. Yes, to Helios. Okay. Now I just want my Manticore to go back to the Chaos shop, and I want to check what are the upgrades I might want to buy. Uh, This is interesting. This is my first time learning this can happen, but one of the alien bases I just discovered is actually being attacked by one of the human groups. And this time this is New Jericho that is attacking them. Um, that is interesting. So I am not the only group trying to hunt down the aliens. Wow, that might be helpful. That helps conserve my team's effort and my resources. So that's helpful. Thank you, New Jericho. We have one common enemy. This is interesting, and New Jericho is winning as well. So if they do completely succeed, I am curious. All of these diplomacy bonuses, the +4, does that still get applied if somebody else um destroys the space? That I'm curious. Now I want them to win so I can understand what happens. Okay, I am back at the chaos shop. Uh, Neurotoxins. I do not use. I rarely have used those before. Combat training. Not helpful enough that I want to pay 900 materials. And all of these other parts are for other vehicle type or other tank types that I don't have. But I do want to get the spiked armor. And the same spiked armor here is cheaper. Yep, I am buying that. And let's equip now before I forget. Excellent. I I I do not intend to insult or to mock the game designers or game developers of Phoenix Point, but this symbol here to represent that Synedrian aircraft, it it that shape just reminds me of a penis. Like if you like my imagination is telling me that this is two balls, this is the shaft here, and this is the penis head. So and that same shape you can see on the planet as well. So here there's this green penis there. And that is I do not know if that is intentional, but it might be slightly funny to me. But yes, I do not intend to refer to them as big flying penises, but my mind just like whenever my mind sees those shapes, it just thinks penis because you have two balls, the shaft, and that fat head. Okay, what was I doing? Um, what was I doing before? I was distracted talking about penis shapes. Okay, this my crew is still healing here. That one's still healing. Okay, so I want to observe what happens with this. So that's saying I get +4 friendliness with all the groups. Right now it's 42, 45, 23. Okay, what was that again? 42, 45, 23. 42, 45, 23. 42, 45, 23. 42, 45, 23. 42, 40. Okay, so that did not change. So I guess I have to destroy the alien base to get the actual rewards. Okay, that is helpful to know. But I would prefer that I still get that friendliness boost even if if some other group destroys the base, because having less of those aliens on this planet should be a consistent morale boost for all people, because those aliens just attack all groups. They do not discriminate. So killing them should make all people happy with each other. But not a major drama for now. I am probably talking on a tangent. Okay. I'm still healing that one other soldier, but this other ship can now explore with much greater travel speed. Where have I not explored yet then? Okay. Oh, that reminds me. Now that I've finished that fabrication plant, I might want to build some more equipment for my new soldiers. Let me think. Hmm. I like this cybernetic leg upgrade because that probably gives the most speed, and my soldiers having more movement speed is often helpful. Um, hmm. But I do also want a tougher soldier too. So maybe a limb upgrade that provides more armor. Could be much more helpful. Well, this gives me 40 armor, immunity to goo. This gives me 30 armor, but I have not unlocked all the other the mutations yet, so I cannot compare yet which ones might offer the best specific bonuses. Um, hmm. Okay, but I became slightly distracted. I wanted to go here to check if I wanted to build some more equipment. Let's see. Berserker proficient with melee and handguns. I still have stun gun and a big axe. That should be okay for now. Assault class, rifle and shotgun. Oh, that reminds me. I can probably start to build some of those unlimited ammo guns. I can build this. Oh yeah, this is another melee weapon, very strong. I thought I researched yeah, here we go, the shard gun, but I do not have the resources for that one. I have the rebuke. I could grenade launcher. But I have no heavy class that can use that yet. Okay, so I won't build that yet. So they can fight okay with assault rifle for now. Oh yeah, I wanted that stun gun. Yep, melee weapon, and that is a decent start. Oh, I just realized that their armors may not be my most preferred. I want to give this one a stun gun as well. I believe I had one. One stun gun. There you are. Okay. So many decisions, so much data to process. Okay, this soldier is built for toughness, so they are okay now. I might actually give them some more medikits so they can survive a bit easier. Where is it? Okay, this soldier will eventually be built for toughness, but they are not ready yet. So these items should be okay. Oh, I did unlock a sniper helmet that does give my team some more accuracy. I might actually start to manufacture that. So maybe one for this. 1, 2, 2, 3. This one is not using guns yet. 3, 4. Okay, let's do that before I forget. How much does that need again? 4. Stay in my mind. Stay in my mind. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Where was I? Okay. That one's okay. which one is this built for again? Oh, this will be my technician. I'm they need a very specific body armor. They can have more accuracy, and the legs I might want to optimize for greater movement. And I did craft something for that. Okay, that helps. Okay, this one is going to be one of my front lines, so I want this one to be tough as well. But there are not much toughness boosting items I have yet, so okay, so no manufacture here. This one, okay, eventually the very front line, but for now I want them to be better at using assault rifles, so maybe more accuracy and more speed on the armors. Do I have those? No, but this might be a great opportunity to build the armors that I want. So let's see. Okay. Okay, that should help for now. Okay, this team is fully healed. And there's one urgent mission here. Oh, that reminds me. I believe I did unlock a rescue soldiers mission somewhere, and I did not. Oh, here might be another new special resource place. But where? But yes, I believed. Oh, here we go. Yep. Oh no. Oh, scavenging site. Oh, I want to go back there later. I vaguely recall somewhere. Oh, this is so many points of interest to try and look through. I wish there was a more a more accessible user interface that might list um like or like adds to this list as like optional discovered explored locations. And similar to here, if I click them in the list, the game zooms in on that location. I I might be mistaken, but I vaguely recall unlocking some area um for rescuing soldiers. And the main reason why I care at the moment is that that would suddenly give me one extra mission to help build my soldier experience. So the rewards would be helpful. There's so many dots on my screen. There are so many dots. Which dot is the dot I'm looking for? Dotty, 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 dot, dots. Okay, I, I surrender. I would just believe that I've completely lost that place. I wish these mission types would tell me exactly where the objective is, which is those hatchling sentinel targets. The reason I say that is because as a person who may have to play I mean as I replay this game, I may have to play this type of mission tens or hundreds of times, and having to explore for the objective does not really add any value to my experience. I have never thought to myself when starting these missions again, thought, oh, I'm so excited to explore and discover the location of these unknown objective targets. Yay, explore. I I never think that. I'm going to find them anyway. I'm going to destroy them likely anyway. Why make searching for them more challenging, or more, or why make players repeat the same like wasted effort, if that makes sense. Or alternatively, if 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 this game does not tell me where these objectives are, then at least make all of these mission areas the exact same structure, or I mean the exact same space, shape, and size, and same objects in the same spaces, so I can at least more easily find where these things are, because they they would be in the same place each time I play these missions. Wow, that was a very quick turn. I was wanting to talk more during the enemy turn. But while I am thinking about about this game design and having randomly arranged game spaces. This is one of those times when I believe um, ra- randomly created game spaces adds little or no value to me. I I play games more because I like familiarity, and I like the comfortable re- repetition of a space that I can very easily familiarize with, and very um very or more easily practice, and more easily learn in a fixed space. But randomly changing my space each time often has a high risk of making me feel frustrated, because to me, moving through a space is not inherently enjoyable, to some extent. um sometimes as or often as a way for me to relax my mind. I like when I have to navigate a space, but part of that journey means I have to reduce my number of actions, or reduce the effort that I apply to the game. Like now, when I just point, click, and then for a few seconds, allow my mind to relax, while my avatar, or my team needs those few seconds to walk for a short time. That that is one way that I can enjoy navigating spaces. But I do that anyway, especially in games like this, when we have constraints about the maximum distance that each units can travel each turn. So even if the game space is not randomized, I still would experience that relaxing. I'm stepping through a few tiles at a time, but but often in my experience, um the random spaces just become, or just make me feel more frustrated and less engaged. Now I suddenly realized, with my current understanding of a human minds, maybe the reason why many people like random spaces is because that adds difficulty to their experience, and helps stimulate or helps to stimulate many people's minds. And maybe it is not really about having fresh and new spaces to work with. Maybe most people just want the extra difficulty to help them engage with games. But for me personally, I have a brain type that experiences difficulty fairly often, even when I am not engaging in my hobbies. I am persistently experiencing challenges. When I want to relax with a game, I one experience I often dislike is game difficulty, because that very easily makes me feel stressed. So I would prefer to focus on my time with less difficulty, less barriers. So I do not share most other people's desire to have to experience more difficulty, or more, or to maybe more accurately, based on human psychology. It is not difficulty that people desire. It is mental stimulation, and it is often, if not always, a coincidence that increased difficult experiences is correlated with more mental stimulation. Oh, this that reminds me of another game design or game experience piece that I want to talk about. So anecdotally, based on my understanding of human minds, and most people reporting wanting more challenges, and more difficulty in their life, and having a reasonably deep understanding of myself, I understand that one moment. Trying to focus on my next steps and next decisions. Uh, protein or protein mutane field will be attacked in 24 hours. Acknowledged. What do I want to do? I will travel there soon. I just want to finish this exploration. Okay, I how fast can they travel? Okay. Okay, great. So this aircraft is really helpful at responding faster to these sudden attacks, and I should be able to survive easier um because my tank in the smaller team has been upgraded since before, and I also bought the Guardian for that area too. So I would like to believe I have a reasonably high chance of survival. Um, and I will certainly try my best. So as I was saying, I believe most people would choose to play games that provide very difficult or very challenging experiences because they like that stimulation of working towards an uncertain end goal of success or failure. But my mind operates differently, and for me, and I probably am in the minority of people about this. So unfortunately, most game businesses that try to maximize financial profits probably will not like what I will share now, but just to help share what my personal preferences are, just as part of this casual talk, and um not necessarily trying to pressure game designers to make games in a specific way, but I would appreciate if they created friendlier games for people like me. But one moment, must focus. And just to further clarify, I do like talking about my personal preferences, but these talks are also interesting to me because they help me learn why that there are such big differences between my mind and the minds of most people. And it seems like understanding myself more deeply helps me to understand other people more clearly, or understanding other people more clearly helps to understand me more easily. So I like I just like having better understandings typically about almost any information. So based on my understanding of myself, I believe what is much more interesting to me in games and life in general is how my success is achieved. I am less interested in whether I win or lose something because that is a very finite mindset. I do not I do not need stimulation, and I and because of my persistent struggles, I prefer. Okay, that was slightly funny. That alien was attacking my tank until they died. So they attacked four times, and they received reflected damage four times, and then somehow their body was launched to this rock war. That was slightly funny. And to be inclusive of all people, I am not saying there is any correct or any incorrect type of brain. This is just a natural natural existence of neurodiversity, and different minds operate differently, and they have different needs. So I desire stability and less stimulation in my life, and many people seem to want the opposite, which is more and more stimulation. often correlated with difficulty. So I'm trying not to be too distracted, but I'm trying to play and talk at the same time. But uh, so yes, so to continue what I was saying, I'm less interested in whether I win or lose in a very stimulating environment, and I'm more interested in and I more prefer I am always win, but what interests me more is how I win. So what I mean by that is I I like playing games that actively acknowledge and actively help me test the efficiency of my actions. So we can directly use this Phoenix Point game as a one example. After I am focused on finishing this turn. So in the context of Phoenix Point, my educated guess or my anecdotal guess is that most people want to play on the higher difficulty settings, and they might choose mods that increase difficulty of this game, or reduce difficulty in some areas to enable higher difficulties in other areas, or people might choose self inflicted difficulty. So maybe they set rules like, oh, I cannot use this specific soldier class, or I cannot use this specific aircraft in my playthrough. And for them that would be stimulating because they can maintain that stimulation while working towards the end of the game, which they may or may not win. So that is probably what most people would choose. For me, the way I would approach this game, and aligning with what I've just explained about myself, is that I want to understand how to complete this game, like, or how to progress to the final mission and trigger the success final cutscene, or what I'm whichever is the final success trigger to conclude the game. And then after that is understood, I'm very interested in how efficiently I can progress to that success. So in the context of Phoenix Points, that would be me asking myself questions like, can I finish a playthrough with no soldier deaths? Can I finish a playthrough with five soldier deaths? Can I finish a playthrough with one destroyed aircraft? And that is not giving myself challenges, but more trying my best and trying to refine my efficiency of play each time, and this includes being as re-repetitive as I need to be to continuously refine that efficiency. And and I like when my game experiences seem very easy, because that is one indicator of very high efficiency. If I am experiencing no soldier deaths in missions, if I were to compare this in real life, and if I was leading some military organization in a war against a hostile threat, I want to be celebrating those perfect easy no death missions, because that means less of my people will be injured, less people will die. Our plans are more likely to succeed. Families related to soldiers are less likely to be traumatized. I am the type of person who wants that strategic stability, and I'm willing to work my best to build and maintain that stability. So probably my mind is a natural great leader, but not to seem like I'm disrespectful to other leaders or to other people, but just this is my natural, almost scientific conclusion, based on my understanding of human psychology, based on understandings of myself, based on observations of myself, and trying to predict where my strengths might align to in specific areas. And possibly I could be a great leader, because I'm less likely to chase chaotic stimulation, and I'm more likely to try and maintain stability for me, and maintain stability for the people around me. I I may have felt slightly too excited while I'm having that talk. I will try to give myself a break from talking now. Um, yeah. Forgive me for feeling too excited. I guess I have a passion for talking about deep insights into my mind. Um, my best understanding for why is that it is very important to me that I can understand this world more clearly, and that includes understanding myself more clearly. But if any people listening to this are not interested, that is okay too. So I guess to summarize my um very hyperactive minded talk is that I believe most people play to win, and I play to grow and to test my efficiency of play. Mm. This seems to be a bug that I noticed before too. I'm trying to tell the soldier to stand by so I can finish commanding them and work towards the automatic finish of my turn, but that they seem to be stuck in some kind of loop. I press standby, I press confirm, and nothing happens. It just goes back. I try again, standing by, nothing happens. And I just hear that game sounds like something has been cancelled. I completely forgot I was manufacturing some equipment, and now that that is finished, I might actually give them to my soldiers very soon. I I would try to calm down. I accidentally felt too excited while I'm talking. But to be fair to me, um, these these sorts of talks can excite me uh, because I knowledge and understanding is very important to me, because if I have less understanding and less knowledge, my life is more difficult, and can be much more of a stressful struggle for me. I I now want to finish my story about the game development history, or at least I'm progress that story. Um, so so Firaxis were working on their XCOM project, and uh, I I will continue that story after this turn. So, so Jake Solomon, um, was using their enjoyed XCOM game as inspiration, but the game that they eventually released, um, was a result of much playtesting and um, much well, I believe there was much acknowledgement and problem solving with the user experience. And I did play I did play those games that those XCOM games that Firaxis made. I played that first one, or I played their released project, the XCOM Enemy Unknown, and then I played the expansion of that game, which was Enemy Within, and I played the sequel, which was XCOM 2. I played the expanded sequel, which was XCOM 2 XCOM 2 War of the Chosen, and the spin-off game after that I played was Chimera Squad. But immediately when I played the that first XCOM Enemy Unknown, I did experience quite some joy because for me it gave me an experience that seems familiar enough with the XCOM Apocalypse that I did play, but also had user experience improvements, and the game seems much more accessible. Um, so this is one example I like when game designers do not completely copy all of the game design of their inspiration, because if you copy too much, you may copy the strengths of that game, but you also copy the problems of that game too. And I I I highly appreciate the game design efforts of Jake Solomon and their teams to try and design what might be the core experience of XCOM, which was tactical battles mixed with strategic resource management, and both sides complement each other in very clear and very satisfying ways. So I did consume a very large number of hours playing the um Firaxis XCOM games, because they gave me an XCOM experience that was more accessible. But those and more streamlined. But um but those games were not perfect. And the one game experience about those Firaxis games that I never liked was the tension. I am choosing to not help this haven because they seem like they can defend themselves, and I do want to focus on exploring, and the attackers are not the aliens, so there is less value if I decide to interrupt them. Oh, this is a funny event description. Some person wants the help of my Phoenix group, and they said, I can pay you with some research data that accidentally found its way to my system. Accidentally. Oh, I just accidentally tripped over a rock and found valuable data. This valuable data accidentally traveled into my own storage device. Accidentally. But my the I mean the historic story is still not finished, and I do want to continue. Um, so so that that released first Firaxis XCOM game seems like a massive financial success. Partly because of the time that they chose to release that game, because people had not received an XCOM game that used much of Julian's design for a very long time. And I guess many people were just itching to have another XCOM game, but with modern technology and can function with modern computers and maybe have some improvements as well. So when Firaxis did release that XCOM Enemy Unknown, I believe that was well received by people by many people familiar with the much older XCOM games, because that helped to meet a desire that many people had. And the Firaxis XCOM game also gave more, at least for me. So as I briefly mentioned, not only does that Firaxis game help capture some of the core experiences that I enjoyed about the older XCOM games, including really structured turn-based tactical battles, reverse engineering alien technology, um, and a complementary game structure of bouncing between strategy and tactics um and supporting why I enjoy games, which is less about winning, but more about testing my own efficiency, because in a game like XCOM, or in a game like Phoenix Point, there there often is no binary like win or lose in a very dramatic way. These games are more about like completing multiple military operations as you grow your resources, as you grow the strength of your team, until eventually you trigger the final mission, the final story based mission that will permanently end this war with the aliens. That seems lucky. They threw one grenade at my group here, and only one person was injured by the explosion. I accept positive, favorable luck to me. What was I talking about again? Uh, that is a that is a very heavily armored enemy. My laser rifle probably won't or will not inflict much damage. I may have forgotten what I was saying, but I can continue that story. So the that Firaxis XCOM Enemy Unknown game seems very well received at that time, and not only and this is one more reason why I am highly respect the game designers at Firaxis, because XCOM Enemy Unknown was not only a revival of an older style of game, but even at that time in the game industry, most high risk businesses like companies that invest massive budget into their projects, they probably had some perception that turn based strategy games are are not fun or not financially profitable. But I believe the the success of that first Firaxis XCOM game helped to make the game industry much more open minded, and I believe that XCOM Enemy Unknown was was a positively influential game, because after that I believe more people that inspired and maybe enabled more people to make more turn-based structured games. I I recall one of my talking points now. So while the XCOM Enemy Unknown from Firaxis was a mostly positive game to exist for the game industry. One of my dislikes and struggles with that game was the intentional tense experience of that game, and that is partly because I dislike difficulty in my games. I I do not want more barriers and more steps between me and my progress. And the way the XCOM game was designed, that created a very a very tense experience, because you start off with many, you start, and even as you progress through that game, that there are many constraints. So what that means is, oh, nice. I unlocked a another mission. I can start later. Uh, so the way Firaxis created that tension was, uh, is they leaned very heavily on the rules of the game, and how they produce constraints. So you have a limited number of soldiers that you can deploy each mission. You have a limited number of actions for each soldier. Um, oh, nice. More resources type mission. Um, so So limited resource, limited actions per soldier per mission per turn, and um and if your soldiers die, there is a limited number of backup soldiers that you can send back into missions as replacements for the now dead soldiers. So so naturally for human people playing this game, there is a desire to minimize mistakes and to minimize failure, because each time you make mistakes and each time you fail, you are progressing one or more steps closer to the guaranteed defeat of your entire playthrough. And one way the attention in that game is produced is by making that progress away from that guaranteed defeat reasonably unpredictable. So when you start the game, your soldiers have a less than 100% chance to hit the enemies with their attacks, and even if their attacks do hit in one turn, there is no guarantee that that enemy will die from that one attack. So we are often desperately trying to throw as many attacks, or throw as many successful attacks at the enemy faster than they can attack us. And there is often a sense of desperate aggression to survive. I am slightly stuck at the moment because I want to explore, but I can't find any areas to send my flying penis. Um, and as a joke, and to be clear for the audience who might have missed me talking about this earlier, the only reason why I named that ship as a flying penis is that if you if you look at how the shape of the ship is, like I'm showing now, like from top to bottom, it strongly reminds me of a penis, because you have the two balls, the shaft and the penis head. And if I go back to that ship, it has that same shape, but orange color. But yes, I would try to stop talking about penises. This is not a penis content video. But I can't, or I'm struggling to decide where to explore next, because I may have exhausted all of my places I can explore. Well, if that is true, maybe I should just return to base, and then wait until I can deploy somewhere for defense, or for later later exploration. So I am going to return to base with that aircraft, and that might simplify my management of commanding aircraft. Uh, okay. What was I talking about? Oh, yes, yes. So my struggle with the Firaxis XCOM games was, and that was partly because I believe they said in some videos they felt concerns that their XCOM games may not be engaging enough, because I guess during that time, turn-based games were considered very slow and not very stimulating. So they did try to create a tense experience, and they did achieve that intent. Um, but as I described earlier, I'm less interested in struggling to work towards a short lived win, and I'm more interested in crafting a journey towards a guaranteed win. So how I journey towards a specific destination is much more interesting and much more valued to me, and also much easier for me to work towards too. I believe I may not be a great competitive superhero, but I can be an amazing, persistent, long-term, committed person. So yes, so probably that was my only problem with the Firaxis games, and also the way, so because of that constant tension and that constant conflict. So um so uh people who play that Firaxis XCOM, there is a desire to succeed, and there is a desire to succeed efficiently, and the game requires that you succeed, because if you fail too much, and you fail too fast, then eventually you will trigger a state in that game when it will be impossible to catch up with the enemy aliens. And there are multiple ways they could have solved that problem of tension. I can share some ideas now. One way to reduce that tension is to give us much more much more opportunities, or much more actions during tactical combat. So I did not have a problem with the chance based gun attacks by themselves, because if you gave us more opportunities to use that chance based system, then there would be an increased likelihood of success. So what I mean is, if I have a 70% chance that my soldier's next attack will hit the enemy, the failure to hit them will be much less of a stress to me, and much less of a problem, if you simply gave me ways to launch multiple 70% chance attacks against the enemy. So my belief and my understanding is that chance-based systems in isolation are rarely or never a game design problem. The only problem was that the way this XCOM design was executed, that chance-based system was tightly connected to only one action. If I had 3 opportunities to launch 70% chance to hit attacks, or if I had 10 of those 70% hit chances, or if I had 20 of them, the likelihood of a successful hit greatly increases, and the tolerance for failed hits becomes much higher. I finally unlocked that technician class, which I like, and to help remind me of the soldier that I want to oh wait, oh, I can't. I forgot that I wanted a very specific combination of abilities. Okay, let me remind myself. You can be one of my heavy hitting affronter soldiers. You have health boosts and healing boosts. I want you at the far front as well. I am not sure yet. You are another very fronty forward fighter. Oh, you are my favorite forward fighter. And I wanted the technician mixed with the berserker class, so I can So I can gain those immunities to those various negative status. But this one is already trained in the assault class. So let me look at my other soldiers I have not been deploying. Oh yes, that is true. I would need they would have to start as either the berserker or the technician. That is one technician. Is that berserk? No, that is assault. What is this one? Assault. Okay. I've one technician. Hmm. Oops. But yes, but not the abilities that I prefer. But maybe I will start bringing this person with my team, because one non-ideal non-ideal technician in my team is still better than no technician. Wait, why can't I am I at the correct base? Oh, my transport is still flying. Okay, so later I will pick up that soldier. Or I can try to recruit a new soldier to help train them towards the assault soldier ability sets that that I want. Hmm. The aliens are attacking, and they seem to have a massively overwhelming attack force. I do not know if my ship will be fast enough to rescue those people. I'm trying. That I don't think. My ship is almost there, but the haven is almost destroyed, and I'm about to be, and one of my spaces is about to be attacked. But that one I should have more time to prepare. Oh, I forgot I have the priest class. Um, Interesting. Uh, hmm. Oh, I forget if the priest gives themselves the mind control. I'm immune. Um. Hmm. Maybe I do not need the berserker class uh because that ability um to maintain functioning limbs. I just remembered that I do not want that body armor mutation, uh because the technician needs that body armor to be something else to enable the abilities I want. And technicians can restore their limbs as well. So I am now changing my plans. I'm going to try a priest, which I typically do not include priests in my team, but and plus I have not played this game much, or I have not played this game too much yet, so I have not really explored the priest that much. So I want to be open-minded and give myself the opportunity to like the priests. So I'm going to recruit this one. But which base do I want to send them to? Which base is closest to my to that other ship? I do not know how to measure distance in this game. That's my first base. The second base is close to it, but seems further away. Okay. I'm now deciding the first base, named Phoenix Point. Oh, I suddenly realized, is Phoenix Point the name of the base, or the name of our organized group, or both? That is vaguely interesting. Okay, but let me recruit. So I'm going to try a priest healer, which I believe could greatly help my team. Okay. And let me take off the other armor that this other person was using, so that my priest can use this. Or maybe I just need the body armor for now. Let me check the priest abilities. Mind control can be helpful. Causing instant panic, that might help. Reveal organic enemies, that might help. Allies in 10 tiles are immune to panic and psychic damage. Oh, that is a helpful supporting role. Mind Crush, 100 damage to all enemies. Nice. Okay. I might like having priest in my class combinations. Okay, where's the armor? Here we go. And I have one mount. Viral weapons. Do I have some? Seems to be no. Let's build some. Weapon. Redeemer. That's a virus rifle. Yep, yep. That can be helpful for now. What else does this new person need? More armor. Mm, yeah, more armor. And I know one that gives a balance of speed and accuracy. Okay. Okay, that should help. Can my ship save this haven? No, and my ship was probably late by roughly 1 second. Oh, that was very close. Okay. Well, we have failed to save some people from these hostile aliens. Okay. I have one sudden idea. I know this place will be attacked, but I have time. So what I want to do of instead of rushing there, I might quickly return to base so I can pick up some more soldiers. And then I will travel back to the other area to increase my chances of survival. Uh, if even though I am not completely ready with my new soldier, I do want to deploy them so that they can get some help for combat experience. And also those points, the SP. What is SP short for? Is that soldier points? Okay. This might be slightly more interesting. My tank is now fighting their tank. Although I believe mine has the advantage that I actually have weapons. So more ways I could reduce the attention in the X in the Firaxis XCOM games. Um, oh yes. So before I forget, one way to reduce tension is to make it much easier to recover when one of our highly experienced soldiers dies. So this would be like at no cost or at minimal cost. I if one of my best soldiers dies, I should be able to replace them instantly, and then replace them instantly with a soldier that is equally amazing, or even more amazing than the soldier that died. So with shorter iteration times, and better resilience for the player, then that would help reduce tension and reduce frustration with XCOM. And one more idea that I have at the moment to reduce tension is um, completely stop the aliens' independent tactical upgrades. So what I mean is over time the alien enemies are just guaranteed to always upgrade their tactical forces. So the more we play the game, or as time progresses, regardless of whether we succeed or whether we fail missions, the the enemy aliens always become increasingly difficult to defeat, and this happens in the form of they deploy more aliens, they deploy more advanced aliens, and the aliens themselves can also become tougher and carry stronger weapons. Um, so this is similar to the idea of having faster resilience. Is that if the enemy forces do not upgrade and do not progress until we are ready to acknowledge their progression, then failure becomes more of a minor setback and less of a punishing urgent stress. And describing that just gave me one more idea to reduce tension in XCOM is what if failure failure to hit enemies with chance based attacks. What if those failures were not as punishing, or not as high, not as much high negative impact. And this is going to sound funny, what I will say now, but this is meant to be slightly exaggerated to help clearly communicate my thoughts. So what if there was a mechanic in XCOM Enemy Unknown that every time we attack with a less than 100% chance gun attack, and each time we fail and miss those attacks, the aliens would laugh, and the aliens react with so much uncontrollable laughter that the aliens just stop attacking on their next turn, because they believed it was hilarious that our soldiers could not attack them with guns, and that way reducing that penalty is one way to remove tension, because I would tolerate missed attacks much more if those missed attacks were not tightly connected to increased risk of soldiers dying sooner, because each each time you make mistakes and fail in XCOM, it gives your enemies more opportunities to not only damage and slow you down, but it gives them more opportunities to permanently destroy your highly experienced soldiers. I want to continue the story of the game development history again of this these XCOM series of games. So if if my memory is correct, after what seemed like the financial success of the XCOM Enemy Unknown game, by Firaxis. I'm guessing that naturally any game business wants to create a sequel because there's clearly enough interest in a game that people may want an improved version. So I recall Jake saying that uh, after they released Enemy Unknown, they immediately started development of XCOM 2, and they probably had some more people in the studio who worked on the Enemy Unknown expansion, so that probably gave them more time because from the audience perspective, they were able to play with some extended content for the Enemy Unknown first game. And if my memory is correct again, uh, so they had some new game designers help create the expansion to the Firaxis Enemy Unknown, and many people seem to enjoy that expansion content as well. And with XCOM 2, I vaguely recall hearing that very late into that game development, the lead designer Jake did believe that their XCOM 2 game was becoming too similar to the first XCOM Enemy Unknown. So they decided to pivot and try to make a much more different game. So that might explain why that there is a much higher difficulty in the second game, because the lead designer for XCOM 2 decided to completely change their game design part way into the game development time. Oh, this is not a major problem, but I only noticed now that my unit, which seems to be a really big machine, that they were poisoned, and I do not understand why machines can be poisoned. So yes, not a major problem from a game experience perspective, just an observation. So when Firaxis did release XCOM 2, there seemed to be very mixed opinions about that game from people, and that there was that there were people who liked oh, I did not know there was an alien just there. But yes, that there were people who enjoyed the Firaxis first XCOM game and disliked XCOM 2, and that there were other people who liked many of the changes in XCOM 2. For me personally, I I really struggled to enjoy the XCOM 2 game. And it was a very mixed experience for me. So one of my struggles with XCOM 2 was that that game experience from the first game, all of that tension, the tension seems to have increased in XCOM 2, and that is partly because the way they changed their game design. XCOM 2 has much more urgencies, much more timed missions, and much more pressure to succeed. And when you fail, failure seems to carry even bigger penalties. But there were also other small changes that seem to improve other parts of that XCOM style game from their first game. And I consumed so many hours playing XCOM 2 and trying to decide, do I actually enjoy that game or I'm not. And I also tried to create mods in XCOM 2 so I could reduce the game's difficulty. But I also failed to create the experience I wanted, partly because because that problem with tension was what was built into the core game experience, and it was difficult for me to completely remove that. And I tried game modifications like increased starting resources and slower enemy reactions, and just various and like instant building construction, um and like faster soldier experience. But I but after having played and tested my mods, they did not quite remove all of the attention and all of the stress that I wanted. I wish explanations in this game are much clearer. So, for example, this soldier class does unlock this ability later, the psychic ward. It says allies in range are immune to those types of attacks, but does that include this soldier too? Because this text to me does not say self and allies receive this boost, because having panic and psychic immune on this soldier too can help. I forgot I did manufacture the gun that I wanted for the soldier, so I am going to equip that now, but I need some ammo first. Mm. I also do not like the color of the mech arms that we start with, and they have a very rusty red type color. So I am that is why I'm building this new one. I I want to travel to this location uh to start that mission, but there is no clear path for my aircraft, and typically I would travel there by unlocking nearby places that my airship can fly to, but um there are nearby points that we can easily fly to. Um, so I might have to start scanning these areas to do that. But I'm not able to scan those with my other airship that I would use to explore, because that ship seems to not be able to travel this far. This is one game design or game experience problem. I do not like when I'm stuck or lost, or I feel confused. The game should communicate how I can easily navigate the game in any circumstance, so that I can always focus on progressing forward, because that is one of my main reasons for enjoying my games. I always want to progress forward with minimal disruptions and minimal barriers. So, Firaxis releases their XCOM 2 game, which had mixed reception from people, and later they released the expansion to XCOM 2 as the War of the Chosen expansion pack, and apparently that was all of that game studio's best ideas for what their next XCOM sequel might have. And during the time that this War of the Chosen expansion was either being developed or close to being released, I believe that was when this Phoenix Point game started to be developed, and this may or may not surprise people, but the lead game designer for Phoenix Point is Julian Gollop, and that person is the same person who helped to create the original XCOM games that I had been talking about, and apparently Julian had discussions with Jake, and they both shared ideas about XCOM game design. Well, I do not know if Jake and Julian did share ideas, but that is my guess, because I did watch one interview video when Jake and Julian were maybe at some game convention, and they were in the same room, I'm answering questions. But I'm not surprised that both Jake and Firaxis would be very supportive of the Phoenix Points game. And at that time, I believe Julian did play the Firaxis XCOM games, and seem to value some of those accessibility user experience improvements that Jake helped to direct into their XCOM games. Um, so that is, I I do like how these events happened, because this almost makes the game development process seem like seem like a collaborative scientific effort, because um one person, or one group of people made a game which inspired other people to create a game that borrowed much of the similar design and experiences, but added their own improvements. And now we have kind of completed and another cycle where um the lead designer of the original XCOM games is now iterating and building on the the more recent Firaxis XCOM games. And I vaguely recall that the reason why Julian wanted to create another XCOM game. So the reason why Julian suddenly wanted to make a new XCOM like game, after having not made that type of game for many years, is apparently many people asked Julian Gollop to make a new game. So I guess there was a clear demand, and Julian accepted. And I believe Phoenix Point was crowdfunded through Kickstarter or some other platform. So I do feel happy for Julian that they after multiple years, they were vaguely able to, I guess complete some of their vision for when they did design and develop their much older XCOM projects. Wow, I have never unlocked this weapon before, and this seems really helpful. Um, this is a powerful melee weapon and a very high chance to shock the enemies too. Um, wow, that seems really helpful. Hmm, I like this. Uh, what is the resource cost for that item? Where is it? Shocklands. 160 damage. Hmm. That is amazing, but also if I am fighting enemies that are immune to shock, then that would be less helpful. But but still seems useful though. So I have heard other people say that that they would describe the Phoenix Point game as like a more complex XCOM 2. And I believe that that statement about Phoenix Point being more complex than XCOM 2 uh, is at least partly true. Um, but but that is also partly a compliment, I believe, because the Firaxis XCOM games did try to be a more accessible experience relative to the oldest original XCOM games. So if I were to break down the Phoenix Point game and break down the XCOM 2 game into their basic systems, then yes, a comparison between them means uh, Phoenix Point would be a more complex game than the XCOM 2. But with my recent experience of playing Phoenix Point and from my memories of playing XCOM 2 less recently, um, I f- if if I can describe my experience with Phoenix Point accurately, this does not seem to be that much more complex than XCOM 2. This is one feature about this game that I do not like, which happened just now. When I am targeting my enemies with that first person perspective, I do not understand um, why the enemies should still be moving, because that means that is more difficult for me to hit my target, because any limb that I might be targeting, the enemy could suddenly move and make those shots miss. I I enjoy first person shooting and aiming in that way much more if the target is completely not moving. But to continue what I was saying earlier, this this Phoenix Point experience, in a surprising way, almost seems like a more simple experience than XCOM 2 to me. And the reason I say Phoenix Point might be a more simple experience to me than XCOM 2 is because the game systems encourage different kinds of of behavior or different kinds of priority. So my first enjoyment about Phoenix Point relative to XCOM 2 is that Phoenix Point seems like a much less tense game. And that is partly because the systems and the outcomes in Phoenix Point seem much more forgiving. I feel confused. I thought I picked up all of the remaining resource packs, or did I forget some? Oh, there is one more box here. So one reason I say Phoenix Point is more simple than XCOM 2 is because in tactical missions, my team is much more durable. So or much more tough. So what that means is um in the Firaxis XCOM games, with the default settings, when you engage the enemy aliens, you typically can only survive one hit. Sometimes you can maybe survive two hits from the enemies, and that adds much tension because what that type of game is communicating to me is that mistakes and failures are punishment and not a what's the phrase? Oh yeah. Say, and that is communicating to me that mistakes are not learning opportunities to be resilient and try better next time. So my personal preference with life, typically, including my game experiences, is that mistakes and failures are never punished, but instead they are growth and learning opportunities. Because as a not perfect human, I will make mistakes eventually. So I want to learn from my mistakes and I want to improve. But games like the Firaxis XCOM games, they add more tension by giving people less space to fail and less space for mistakes to happen. And to me, my own personal narrative of my game experience is much more interesting if I can fail, if I can make mistakes, but in the long term, I can still succeed with a much or with a much higher level goal. So having that mixed experience of multiple successes and maybe multiple failures as well is a much more natural and much more interesting personal story, relative to always succeeding or maybe always failing. But my personal preference is that failure and mistakes should not be punished. They can certainly be minor setbacks, and learning opportunities, but should never be some kind of life ending catastrophe. But yes, so one reason I believe the Phoenix Point experience is more simple than the XCOM 2 experience is because the Firaxis XCOM tactical missions, there is much more pressure to have your team attack and to kill enemies as quickly as possible. And in Phoenix Point, my soldiers and units can survive at least two, three, or maybe they can survive more hits with better armor and better protection. So that means my energy and my efforts is focused in different areas, and having less tension simplifies my game experience because I am less focused on trying trying to trying to play in a way that is extremely aggressive, and instead in Phoenix Point I can I can focus more on positioning my team in areas that are more safe, and trying to conserve the life of my team more than I'm focusing on extremely fast attacks, even if I have to create really complex set of actions to achieve extremely quick attacks. And this may be more clear in my play style of Phoenix Points that you may have seen, is that I am leaning on that type of less tense Phoenix Point system of tougher team, because I have this tank, or I have this machine that that is very difficult to destroy quickly. So this simplifies my play and simplifies my decisions, because what I can do is command this tough unit to run towards the enemy as quickly as possible, which can help take some hits for the team. And this same tank is also strong enough to defeat enemies reasonably quickly too. So that helps reduce the number of steps required for me to engage with this game, and for me to progress the tactical missions. So in that way, Phoenix Points is more simple than XCOM 2. Another reason why I believe Phoenix Point in this current version is more simple than XCOM 2 is I like the way that I interact with this game in the strategic layer. So in XCOM 2, there is a complex series of steps for us um to expand the reach of our aircraft. So in XCOM 2, you have to research and build these like radio relay buildings, and then you have to travel to specific areas on the planets, and you have to unlock the areas by consuming this intel resource. And then after you have unlocked that, you have to scan the air. I mean, after you have consumed that resource, you have to scan the area, and then have your ship fly over. And it is often a complex just back and forth with slowly un, unlocking strategic areas to fly to. But in Phoenix Points, interacting with strategic travel on the planet seems much more streamlined, because immediately when the game starts, Phoenix Point gives you access to your aircraft to immediately explore areas of interest, and all you have to do is just travel to the area and scan that location to trigger a potential mission. And the more areas you scan in Phoenix Point, the more areas you unlock that you can travel to. And I can just easily repeat that process of just choose an area, scan, and then hop to the next area, and just continue scanning and keep hopping forward. But in XCOM 2, strategic strategic travel and navigation to different areas requires more effort, and you have to wait for tactical missions to appear in specific areas before you can choose to engage in those areas too. And I believe one positive about the design in Phoenix Point with strategic travel is that when your base is separated from your aircraft, that means you can focus your aircraft on traveling and focus on unlocking new areas faster because it is not your main base of operations. And in XCOM 2, because that game only gives you one aircraft to command, they force you to travel back and forth much of the time. So because your aircraft is also your base in XCOM 2, it means that each time you fly to one location to trigger a mission, you also have to fly back if you need to go back to some other areas. So your base and your aircraft in XCOM 2 is often traveling back and forth, but in Phoenix Point, I could explore two or more areas in a very short time with my aircraft. Um, and but in XCOM 2, the soldier, like when the soldiers gain experience and the type of abilities you can give them, Phoenix Point is more complex, I believe, than XCOM 2, because XCOM 2, that is one part of that system that I like, is because in XCOM 2, when you level up your soldiers, you only have to choose one of two new abilities to give them at that time. So giving humans like me a maximum of two choices in a decision is a great way to minimize mental burden. But even though that is true, I believe having increased complexity with how I customize my soldier abilities and customizing soldier performance in battle, that is one area that I do want more complexity, because more complexity can mean more depth and more choice and more interesting ways to craft my own play style. And initially the strategic travel with aircraft does seem more complex in Phoenix Point, because um in XCOM 2 you only have one aircraft to travel with, so there seems to be less choice and more simple in XCOM 2. But even in this Phoenix Point, I have been playing on this lowest difficulty level, and I have been able to manage okay with only having one ship. One ship to explore, and only one ship with a team that actively attacks my enemies during tactical missions. So I can very much play. Well, it seems I can very much play the same way that I play in XCOM 2. I just have one ship with my attack team. I'm completing all of the game's missions, and I like that Phoenix Point seems flexible enough to enable me to play in that simpler way. And I believe another simplify of Phoenix points relative to XCOM 2 is that uh, completing the final mission or unlocking the final tactical mission does seem to involve less steps. In XCOM 2, they have this avatar project, and I have to complete several research and command my aircraft to travel travel to so many locations and back and forth to acquire the pieces that I need for the final mission. And some of that is required in Phoenix Points, but that process does seem more streamlined because to unlock the final mission, I could complete the main research tasks and main objectives that the game does list, or I could try to build friendliness with any of the three human groups in Phoenix Points, and I believe they have their own final mission as well that I would participate in. So this seems like there's more flexibility and possibly faster and more streamlined ways in Phoenix Points to unlock the final mission. But both games do have a non-stop urgency. So what I have not explained yet is that this information here at the top right of my screen, that is showing declining human population numbers because of these wars and because of the alien attacks. And if this population number reduces below 10%, then we have completely lost this game. But at least relative to XCOM 2, this is a clearer measurement and clearer display of when we would experience absolute defeat. So until then, we have time, and I believe trying to unlock the final mission before population becomes zero seems to be more manageable in this game than in XCOM 2. Now my first base is under attack from the aliens. I I probably can. Oh, and I like that. I have experienced in a previous playthrough when the aliens do successfully defeat me, and the worst that happens is that my base structures are damaged, and I have to consume resources to repair that damage. But that seems like a much more forgiving event than permanently losing my base and having to rebuild all of those things from the start. So that is one more reason why Phoenix Point to me seems less tense than XCOM 2 and more enjoyable because um, the way the systems are designed in Phoenix Point seems to enable much more resilience for the player. So if I make mistakes or if I fail, I should be able to recover fairly quickly, and I like that. I am more willing to tolerate failure and more willing to tolerate rate mistakes if there are ways I can recover from those mistakes. And as I said before, often my game experiences can be much more interesting and much more enjoyable when there is a mix of successes and failures, and failures do not have to mean extreme game ending catastrophe. Why can we not have more games when failure and mistakes are a valid part of the experience? I I I do not want to fear failure. I want to embrace failure and learn and continue to progress forward. Mistakes should be a natural part of life, and games can be a great space to reinforce that positive idea. This mission is vaguely more fun for me at the moment, because this is a rare opportunity that I can deploy two tanks at the same time, because this is a base defense mission. I completely forgot that the game deploys all of your units that are sitting in that base as well. Um, which is added to any units I brought in from any aircraft. So with two tanks, I now have almost double the toughness and almost double the firepower in my in this mission. Um, I'm still here. I'm just silently focusing on trying to progress a little faster. I, I suddenly realized there is an alien layer here that I somehow did not notice or I forgot. So this is going to be my next target for the next mission. Wow, I just realized my team points is very high, and I believe 999 is the limit. Um, so to prevent additional bonuses from being wasted, I'm okay. Well, after this mission, I will try to assign those points to my main team. So I probably have now finished my story about um the complex history of the XCOM games, but currently I'm deeply enjoying Phoenix Point, and I feel glad that this game was created. This shard gun that I am now equipping will be very helpful because these guns have no ammo limit. So that gives me more inventory space for other items because less ammo to equip. And if my team is engaged in a very long mission, they have less risk of losing the ability to attack because they have unlimited ammo now. Oh, that was funny to me. This soldier, when I commanded them to move to this spot, they said, "Here comes the phoenix." But my mind initially slightly misheard that, and what I heard at first was, "Here comes the finger." For people who do not understand that joke, the like in older times, the middle finger is a form of insult, and to me it is such a direct and very funny way to try to insult people. I was not expecting that, but I like the collateral damage in this game because of the realistic projectiles simulation. In one attack, I killed one enemy and crippled another enemy because they were in the same line of fire. So as soon as the first enemy died from my tank, all the remaining projectiles started to hit the second enemy. That animal I just attacked made a funny sound. It sounded like almost like a high pitched fart. I may have discovered a bug just now. I'm trying to choose my tank, but I can't choose them. And when I do choose them, um, they are not able to move and not able to shoot. So I do not know why, and the game is telling me that they have all four action points. Um, and the only effect that they have on themselves is the acid. So why can't I? Why can I not command my tank? And that was odd that I noticed just now. This this soldier just received some spike damage, which only happens when melee attackers attack my tank. So I guess ranged shotgun attacks are are triggering that spiky counter attack, and maybe that is why there is this bug that is disabling my tank. Game developers, please fix this. Now I want to gather the resources I need to build one more of those unlimited ammo shotguns. Um, but for that, I want to send an aircraft to mine that special resource much faster. If people are curious why I seem to be recklessly running my team towards that one alien, that is because I need my team close enough to stun and capture them for some research. Because I want to capture a live psychic alien, and I trust my team can survive because most of them are wearing that body armor that that provides health regeneration. I've noticed my team has been inflicting 11 damage with each attack with the stun gun, but the numbers on the stun gun say this only does 10 damage. So I do not know where that extra damage might be coming from. I I suddenly recall one reason why I like Phoenix Point more than XCOM 2, and this is related to what I did describe. So extending my description of these my Phoenix Point soldiers are much tougher. I like how the cover system in this game seems to be not as needed as in XCOM 2, because in XCOM 2, if soldiers are outside cover, they have a much higher risk of dying quickly because there is a larger chance of being hit by critical damage. But in this game, if I'm outside cover, our soldiers are not just magically more vulnerable to attacks. They just are less covered by the actual cover. So it will be easier for the enemies to hit them. But my team is still tough. The being able to receive 2, 3, or more hits, I believe that applies outside cover too. There is now another mission in Antarctica that I want to travel to, but my team is not able to travel here at the moment. Um, hmm. Hmm. I did not know this research existed. I can extend the travel distance of one of my aircraft types. This might be the research I need to actually travel to Antarctica, at least sooner. In the playthrough, the one playthrough of Phoenix Point I did complete. I chose the final mission through the Synedrian alliance, and their mission required that I inject some kind of like special fluid to um well I won't spoil the story for people who might be interested, but um I I I like that there are some differences, and that possibly there is no one. I mean that there is more than one story path that I can choose to finish any playthrough. I do not want to be spoiled either, and I I I'm curious to confirm on my own. What would be the final mission when I choose the new Jericho path of missions, or the disciples of Anu, or what I want to focus on in this in this playthrough through that I am recording is I want to learn what happens if I choose the Phoenix Point missions route. I I do not recall where the final resource pack is. Either I missed a box or um one of them is still inside some box somewhere. Oh, maybe this one. Yes, I was correct. I have not tested yet, but I'm curious if I have injured soldiers and I enter a tactical mission and then I use med kits, would that permanently heal them and prevent me from having to fly back to base in the short term? Because if yes, that would be very convenient. And this game already has the stamina system that requires I return my soldiers back to base anyway. If any person was curious why that there was nothing happening in my game for a brief time, I was just sending a mobile text message. I do not know if I can actually win this mission. And I say that because my team is exhausting their ammo steadily. And my really big golden monkey robot, their movement speed has been crippled too. So I do not know if I can win this. That was funny. I watched that alien walk into that area of flames and then immediately died. If these are just the two and now one remaining enemy, then I might be able to win this mission. Yay! I wish I wish there was some easy path I can unlock now to Antarctica, but I don't I do not see any clear path. That was amazing and funny. I like I like the efficiency of a counterattack that instant kills the enemy. Another another suggestion I have for improving these types of turn-based games is I prefer the perspective to be top down because each tile in the space that my units can move will be a clear square, and there is much less confusion if I'm moving left, right, up, or down relative to how I am viewing my game screen. And the isometric view just adds this complex a complex diagonal angles to the um to to the user interface. So I have now confirmed what I was thinking before, that if I start a mission with injured soldiers and I do heal them with medkits, then fortunately that they receive permanent healing. So I like that. That adds more flexibility with how I can support my soldiers. And this is one system that XCOM 2 did not have. So so trying to support my team, they are more resilient in this game than XCOM 2. I I now want to consume some resources to activate this base, so I can possibly build the a satellite and try to unlock some more locations that I can use to travel down to Antarctica. I know I am being very quiet at the moment, but um, I do feel slightly tired, and um, I do want the opportunity to relax a little bit more. Any patience with me will be appreciated. Excellent. So after that research, I can now fly to Antarctica. That is a big relief because I do want to progress my main story missions as soon as possible. This is the first time I have ever unlocked this in a playthrough. I have never explored all of the Phoenix Point content yet, and I did not know we get agile grenade launchers. This this might be helpful. Hmm. I thought I thought this was for the heavy class. Apparently, this is for the assault class. So that is interesting. But seems to perform similar to regular grenades though. But I guess that the launcher gives that extra range. Yeah, this is decent, but not super amazing. I forget if I captured that big alien, so this is why I am playing slightly riskier. Mm, nice. I feel relieved that my main team is still improving little by little. Now I can have a possibly a tank fights the enemy tank a battle. I do not want to waste too much time, so just to speed up my progress, I'm going to follow the objectives and to evacuate instead of fighting the enemies. This next mission named the Scyther is I believe the final weapon of that set of infinite ammo, and the Scyther from my memory is probably one of the most amazing melee weapons ever in this game, because they have a slightly longer range, and I believe that they can also damage a multiple limbs on the target. That was a good kill. I like that. I like that soldier phrase and expression. Oops. I may have just destroyed the ladder. Um, that I needed for my soldiers to travel slightly faster to the objective. Whoops. Sometimes my tank is a little too disruptive. Well, I mean destructive. Oh no. Oh no, not this again. So the that enemy attacked my tank with the acid pistol, and the game froze for a small time, and now and the that enemy that attacked my tank, also received some of that melee counter damage because of the tank's spiky armor, and now my tank cannot move. Um, I really do not want to lose my tank now. Um, and this does seem like a bug. So let me. I'm going to try and save first, and then load back. And I'd like to believe this might help fix this problem for now. That unfortunately did not seem to fix my problem. Uh, so I might I might have to just let my tank die then. Which is unfortunate because that did cost a lot of resources. Um, hmm. Or I guess one option is I could restart this mission. But then I would have to play this all again. Maybe that would be best. So I do not lose my tank. Yeah. Now I'm curious to understand what happens if I try to restart. Well, at least my tank can move now. Uh, but I will try to finish this mission as quickly as possible. I am now evacuating most of my team. If I am lucky, I would like to believe my my tank will not experience the bug, and next turn I can escape. Please, game, please let me finish this mission. I'm I'm vaguely not trying to rush, but I also want to be efficient with my time, and uh, I prefer to just continue progressing forward, and to be fair, wait, wait, uh, no, I believe my vehicle is stuck again. No, no, this is unfortunate. Why? Why is this happening? I do not want to lose my tank. I guess the bug is when the tank is attacked too much. I guess that eventually triggers that spiky counterattack. And if it triggers if it triggers to ranged attacks, or maybe if the tank is attacked with a melee first, then from what I observed, it triggers the spiky counter attack correctly at first, and then maybe all the ranged attacks after that trigger the spikes, and then breaks my tank. But this is now vaguely blocking my mission slightly. Which is unfortunate. I will try to restart one more time, but that would break my playstyle, because I do want my tank to be running towards enemies and defeating them very quickly. Maybe to reduce the chance my tank is attacked, I might try to deploy some of my turrets. Oh, no, maybe I discovered the real reason why my tank is broken. When my tank receives acid damage, maybe that is when that triggers the enemy takes spike damage and the tank breaks. Yeah, that happened just now. That was the first attack against my tank, and that was the acid grenade. And I recall now in one of the previous restarted missions, my tank was attacked by acid pistol, and when my tank broke in one of the other previous missions, I recall the tank being damaged by some acid weapon too. So that is probably what is causing this bug. Hmm. So my tank is apparently allergic to acid, which is not great. Okay, I will retry again. and just for this mission, I would try to minimize the risk that my tank receives attacks. My plan for now is to find the enemy soldiers that carry acid weapons, and to try and defeat them with my soldiers first, so that my tank will not take any acid damage. Fortunately, none of these four enemies at the moment seem to be carrying any acid weapons. So I will try to advance my tank forward. At least my team has that fire resistance armor that I talked about many hours before now. My tank is also still able to move, so I might be able to finish this mission this turn. That was very odd. Why did my deployed turrets just suddenly attack when my technician left, and now my tank seems to be frozen again? Why? So maybe it was not the acid. Maybe, but but the fire did not create any problem at the start of this like when they threw their first fire grenades. Uh, okay, well I will try again. But yes, if this seems too impossible to save my tank, then I might just let my tank die. so I can actually progress forward. But preferably, I want to keep my tank. I now see one of these enemies has an acid pistol. So I'm going to try to be a little more careful here. This new enemy has acid grenade and acid pistol. So next turn I will try to focus on defeating them first. Well, one of the acid enemies or acid weapon enemies is now defeated, but I don't know if my soldier will survive. And they've just died. Hmm. Hmm. That no, I might try one more time. Hmm. I did not know that the grenades can trigger that counterattack. So that can sometimes be helpful. I can probably evacuate this turn. Let me check the furthest away soldier. I suddenly feel relieved, and I may have been very fortunate this time. But ideally, I prefer a better user experience with no bugs. I did not expect them to have their own explosives, and they are fire based, and they can launch 2 in 1 turn. I might be much safer now after destroying their tank weapons. That was unexpected and slightly funny. I was only attacked by those two tanks.